He called me this afternoon and told me I'll be 10 or 15 minutes late because we're a little behind. I had to push a train over the mountain at Linden. I don't know what that means, but the word picture is pretty amazing. Anyway, so I imagine he's in an engine pushing the train. I was anyway. But I got a text that he'll be later than 10 or 15 minutes. So when he comes, we'll announce his arrival, Mrs. Jett, and then we can indicate at that point that he's joined the meeting. So we're going to begin the meeting without Mr. Street. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, second?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Mr. Gutschall for the approval of the agenda and a second by Mr. Rickard. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. So 4-0 for approval of the agenda. And we're going to launch right into the work session and call upon our stalwart superintendent to tell us all about, this is our very first budget discussion. So we're all ears.
All right, so this year we are starting our budget process a little early. So we typically begin our budget process in January, but we are starting it at the end of October this year. So we will do our pre-budget session today and get some feedback maybe at the end of the presentation. So the overview of the things that we're going to discuss this evening: division goals, mission, vision, and beliefs, enrollment and student information, personnel information, capital improvement plan, budget process and information, the budget focus, and the next steps, and then questions. At the beginning of every budget cycle, we look at the division goals and what our goals are for the year, mission, vision, and belief statement. We looked at these goals as a school board. You looked at them as a school board a little over a year ago. We modified a couple, but here are our new goals for the last year or so. But I do want to highlight academic achievement and growth. Just last week, we had 3 of our schools that were recognized on Thursday by the Virginia Board of Education for exemplar performance. Those schools, the 2 schools that were recognized with the highest achievement were Stonewall Jackson High School and Strasburg High School, and they were 2 of 92 schools that received that recognition. And then Signal Knob Middle School received the Continuous Improvement Award, and they were one of 49 schools that received that recognition. There are about 1,800 schools, public schools in Virginia. So our schools, 3 of our schools, were able to be recognized out of the 1,800 schools in Virginia. And, you know, it goes without saying, but our staff really made these awards, these achievements possible. So I wanted to recognize them as we're looking at our division goals for academic achievement. Positive school climate and culture was one of our division goals. Family engagement and community connections, recruitment support and retaining enthusiastic professionals, and high quality and adequate learning facilities. The division mission, I'll take a minute to read that, is Shenandoah County Public Schools is to prepare, the mission is to prepare each student for a future of lifelong learning. The division vision is to be the first choice for education. And really, our goal is to make sure that all students receive the education they need to be successful when they graduate from high school. So whether it's to enter the military, to go to the workforce, to enter college, a 2 or 4 year institution, we want to make sure that they are ready for what comes next. And then the beliefs. All decisions are based on the best interest of our students. Meaningful learning occurs in the presence of meaningful relationships. Continuous growth and improvement are expected for everyone. Atmosphere of respect. Enrollment and student information. So why is enrollment important? Enrollment and student information is important to know the clientele, our student population, who we serve, how many, and we do receive funds based on the number of students that we serve. So you will notice the enrollment trend over the last 12 years or so, we've declined slightly from, I'm going to go with the dark blue line, that's K through 12. The light blue line is pre-K through 12. But we've declined from 6,088 students in 2012-2013 to, in 2024-25, 5,540 students, which is about 500 students over a 12-year period. But you'll notice that there's a decline, and then we're starting to increase slightly over the last couple of years. This year, we're up 33 students from last year, and our pre-kindergarten class has about 162 students. So another way to look at enrollment versus membership, our enrollment is our September 30 number, and membership is our March average daily membership. And again, you'll see this dip from 6,088 students, and then we're all the way to 5,434 in 2022-23, and we're starting a brief incline over the last couple of years. Enrollment trends at our elementary schools. I took out 2020 to 2021 because the 5th grade was from Sandy Hook and W.W. Robinson were in elementary schools due to COVID and the distancing requirement and all of that. So it kind of skewed the data because there was a slight increase or decrease in the schools that sent the kids, and then an increase in the schools that received the students who moved to other schools due to the distancing requirement. But you'll notice Ashby Lee Elementary School had a pretty significant increase in 2022-23, and that was because we moved the 5th grade from North Fork Middle School back to Ashby Lee Elementary School. You'll notice the same kind of dip at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The slight increase is not there, but there's a dip there. At W.W. Robinson, you'll see the same kind of trend line there as you do the division. And these numbers do include our pre-K students. You'll notice at W.W. Robinson, we have 1,035 students at W.W. this school year. At Sandy Hook, it's 829, and then at Ashby Lee, it's 686. Enrollment trends at our middle school. Again, I took out year 2020 and 21 due to grade configuration modified due to COVID. You'll notice that North Fork Middle School stayed the same because they exchanged their 5th graders for 8th graders. So the 8th grade came back to them in 2022-23, but otherwise they stayed the same. You'll notice Peter Muhlenberg has about the same model as the division as does Signal Knob Middle School. Slight increase over the last couple of years. And then high school. Central High School, 728 students for the 2024-25 year. Stonewall Jackson High School, you'll notice a decrease because their 8th grade students went from Stonewall Jackson to North Fork, so they lost a little over 100 students. And then Strasburg High School has 616 students this year. Any question about the enrollment trends?
I had a question on the slides just before this, the September versus March. What causes that change between September and March? I mean, I could understand it being a handful of students that maybe changed school districts or.
When you're looking at 5,540 kids and well, like last year, we went from 5,507 to 5,464. That's about 40 some students, moves in, moves out, those types of things. Yeah.
Have we correlated that to the population growth in the area, or people moving in, or do we know?
So there are some housing developments on the books, but none of them are active. It looks like the one in Strasburg, in the Strasburg town limits across from Food Line, is getting ready to become active, but none of our major housing developments that have been on the books for a while have any building yet. So
they wouldn't affect those numbers yet.
yeah, not yet. We have noticed a few students, especially at the middle school level, coming back from private school this year in particular.
Have you added in to your numbers for next year the Strasburg area, because that development you were speaking of is under construction now, and I imagine they'll be selling some of those within the next few months.
So those numbers, we have enrollment projections, which you'll see at the November the 14th meeting as part of Dr. Heingartner's CIP presentation. Any other questions? You'll notice birth rate, the 2020 birth rate was up slightly from previous years. The last time they were in the 500s was in 2006-07. And then birth rate for 2022, that's the last year that was published, is 406. So it was down pretty significantly from previous years. In the year 2000, it was 399 children were born for Shenandoah County, and then 2002, 412. That's the third lowest number in the last 20 couple years. And then you'll notice birth rate attached to kindergarten. And this isn't an exact science, because every child that was born in 2019 may not be eligible for school in 2024, but to capture that information, how many children were born in a particular year, and then what the class size was. So you'll notice in 2019, there were 478 children born and 367 enrolled in kindergarten this year. Student population, so you'll see that our free and reduced lunch eligibility increased slightly. There is really no trend line or pattern there. We're a little bit all over the board with our free and reduced lunch eligibility, but it is higher this year than it has been over the last 10 years. The number of English learners are climbing. We have 14 languages that are spoken by our English learners, with Spanish is the most common, followed by Amharic, which is the second most common language. But Spanish outweighs Amharic by far. So we went from 581 English learners to 627. And then our student population, students with disabilities, decreased slightly from 900 students in 2023-24 to 861 2024-25. And then our students with 504 plans decreased also from 330 to 303. So for a total of 1,164 students with either a 504 or an IEP. So the information that I'm getting ready to present is a recap of information that was presented by Linda Hodges, the Director of Personnel, in September. So our teacher retention rate was 81.6%, which is a turnover rate of 18.4%. You'll notice at the top, the national teacher turnover rate was 23%. 54% of our teachers who left had 11 or more years of experience. However, currently 50% of our teachers have 11 or more years of teaching experience. And that's what's highlighted over here with the red circles. It's 49%, almost 50%. And then 36% of our teaching staff, a little over a third, have 6 years or less of teaching experience. So where are our teachers going? This year they went to Rockingham, Frederick, and Harrisonburg. In that order. Sometimes the order is switched up a bit, but those are typically the 3 school divisions where we lose most of our teachers. Warren is typically in there as well, but they weren't this year. But I want to point your attention to the sticky note on the right. 20% of our new teachers previously taught in Shenandoah County Public Schools and returned to us.
So that means they actually taught someplace else and then returned here.
Yeah. We like having our Shenandoah County teachers return. So of the positions, we had 98 teaching positions, and there's a list of those, of the rest of the positions as well. Unfilled positions as of September the 11th this year, we had 8 elementary teachers still unfilled, a chemistry teacher, 3 English teachers, math teachers, 4 special ed teachers, an early childhood special ed teacher, a GATE teacher, 3 reading specialists, 6 counselors, 4 school psychologists, nurse aide instructor part-time, director of finance and program compliance teacher. We have filled some of those positions since September, one of them being the director of finance position, who will be reporting to work November the 12th, I believe.
I have a question that it's been my experience that the English teachers and history teachers kind of fill up, but it indicated there that we're had 3 unfilled English teachers. That's kind of a shock to me. And then when I see that I don't know how many, I guess we don't have that many chemistry teachers, but we're full up with chemistry teachers. So it's an interesting dynamic. Is there any reason why? Now I noticed. So social studies looks like is it indicated up there?
It is not. So our chemistry teacher, we have 1 vacancy for a chemistry teacher.
Okay.
And elementary teachers also used to not be hard to fill, and now they currently are. So all of those, so elementary teachers, chemistry teachers, English teachers, math teachers, special ed teachers are all hard to fill positions. The pre-K teacher is always difficult to fill. And then school counselors, we've struggled with school counselors over the last many years. So all of those positions have been difficult to fill. Are there others on the hard to fill
Almost
list?
everything is the critical shortage, hard to fill now.
Once upon a time, there were, when that imbalance happened, in schools where I taught, they would often try to re-engineer a social science teacher into an English teacher, which isn't far afield. Does any of that happen, where you ask them to do it and they just, no thanks, or some of them actually take you up on it?
Both ways.
Okay.
Yep, both.
And how does that correlate with like national trends that you've seen? Is it,
So I am not aware of any division that is fully staffed. Are you?
I thought Page County started
Mhm.
full.
Yeah.
I think they did this year.
how about the vacancies? I mean, is that usually what we see, like 4 psychologists? I mean, I would have thought so many psychology majors, there would be more.
So with school psychologists, a lot of them are going to work with contractors
Okay.
who allow them to work from home
Okay.
or remote. So is that right, Ms. Red?
And can we hire some of them, or do we hire some of them?
So we're working on it.
Okay.
We do have virtual psychologists that we're using.
Or contractors that we can actually, yeah. Okay.
And you'll notice down at the bottom, for 2024, the number of vacancies are 162, and the number filled are 126, which reflects the number of vacancies we had on September the 11th. So when we talk about staff, we always talk about teacher salary comparison. As we get further into the budget, we'll also talk about other salaries as well. This is information that I shared with you probably a month or two ago, along with a few other school divisions that were attached. But because we lose most of our staff to Frederick County and Rockingham County, that's the two that I selected to compare us to. You'll notice Shenandoah County is very comparable to Frederick County at step 1, but then after step 1, we are less. And I hate to present this information because if a teacher is looking, then I've just given them the recipe to where they should look. And then Rockingham, you'll notice the first few steps, we are a little lower, but around year 7 is when we catch up with Rockingham and stay above them. And only did the first 19 steps, but wanted you to get an idea of what it looks like, Shenandoah versus Frederick and Rockingham.
And yet, the differences are not that striking, so that given the turmoil of moving, et cetera, I don't think anybody's going to do it for the $2.5 grand difference, unless there's another factor in play, like closer to home, kids go, whatever. So it seems like we're in a good place.
We are in a good
Yeah.
place.
But one point to make as well is I think we've gotten a lot more competitive over the last few years, but we don't have the industry that Frederick and Rockingham has. So the fact that we are as competitive as we are right now, I think is a good sign that we're trying to attract teachers and staff members while we don't have a comparable tax situation with the other counties, Harrisonburg as well, the city of Harrisonburg. So I think that's one thing people on the outside, they criticize, Shenandoah County is not paying enough, but in reality, we're very competitive. I know there's still room for growth, but I think we're making the most of what we have here. So,
In a future slide, you'll see our local composite index, which created some issues last year because our local composite index changed by 4%, which we would have received more state funds had it not changed by 3.96%. But you'll see that in a future slide.
Frederick County doesn't give any raises from year 2 to year 6?
So this is directly off of their website. And you'll notice like 12 and 13, 14, 15 as well.
Oh, yeah.
The big thing's probably the insurance that we always talk about.
That's next.
Yeah. That's where we're still behind.
So where I have put a box around, we are the best game in town. So for employee only, our healthcare coverage is $55 per month, whereas Frederick is $91.61, $91.61, and then Rockingham is $71. But you'll notice at the bottom there's an asterisk. Rockingham has a $25 per month deduction on premiums for wellness employees, and that wellness is a wellness visit, like a physical or any type of wellness visit. And then employee plus spouse, we're competitive there as well. Employee plus child, we're close. We're better than Rockingham, but a little less than Frederick. And then employee plus children and employee family is where we need to put our work. And I think the next slide will highlight that's where we put our money last year. We put $50 towards the employee plus child, and a little over $100 employee plus children and employee plus family. So you'll hear me say in a few slides that one of my recommendations is to continue our work on our health insurance,
I mean,
especially those
if
areas.
you can get it down $200, save $2,400 a year, that's when the salary, when we're right there, and then you have that savings, then people start considering, well, is it worth me driving 30 or 40 minutes when the insurance is pretty competitive and the pay is very similar as well?
Yeah, that's real money.
So on the previous slide, you would indicate, thank you. So Rockingham has a $25 a month, or a month deduction. Oh, I get it. Okay, so is there any indication here of what deductibles people have to pay when they go? In other words, is the insurance company the one that sets that rather than the provider?
Yep. So ours is the $1,000 Anthem Key Care 1000.
Yeah.
But I don't know that every time you go to the doctor you have to pay. There's a
copay.
a copay.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, yeah. And that could be, I mean, once upon a time, I remember every time I went, it was 25. That was 8 or 10 years ago, but is that kind of still the same, or is it higher?
It's a little bit higher
Okay.
when you go to a specialist.
Okay.
So healthcare is a place where, I would recommend we continue to work. Any other questions before we move on to capital? There's not a lot of information in capital because Dr. Heingardner is going to highlight this at the November the 14th meeting, but wanted to put up, here's our information on our schools and their square footage and when the building was originally built and the last renovations, just to keep that in front of you. And you'll notice the last renovations were at our high schools in 2003 and 2004. Our capital improvement over the last 12, 13 years. The dark blue line is what was requested, and then the light blue line was what was funded. And over the last 4 years, the county has done a great job giving us funds, giving us, $1.5 million or $3 million or a little over $4 million for our capital needs, but there's still some needs there. In fiscal year 2023, we had some CARES funding available, and we also had that $4.225 million from fiscal year 22. So we requested 0 capital improvement funds so that we could catch up on what we were doing and use our CARES funds for the capital projects that we could. I believe the 22-23 year, we spent over $10 million on capital projects with HVAC renovations and the funding, the capital projects that was funded by that fiscal year 22. So at the November 14th school board meeting, Dr. Heingartner will present the capital improvement plan, and then for your information. And then also we are working with RRMM architects to put together a phased approach for renovations. So for example, if we looked back at the last time our schools were renovated and we did our high schools, we may have a phased approach where those renovations would be, and I'm making these dates up, but maybe they're the last on the list. Maybe they're 2040, 2042, and 2044 where those renovations are going to occur. Or maybe not. Maybe it's, a little sooner, but we're going to put together a 20 to 25 year plan on the renovations, because you'll notice that all of our schools, it's been a while since they've been renovated. And I would say our maintenance department does a good job of trying to keep up with all of the little over 1 million square feet that we have here in Shenandoah County. And then also there will be a presentation on propane buses, and there will be mentioned an opportunity to apply for a grant for propane buses, and Lucas Long will be sharing that information with us. Any questions on capital? So over the last month, Dr. Heingartner and Danny Orts, who's the supervisor of maintenance, have been meeting with our school principals to actually go through all of the schools to determine what is going to be on that capital improvement list for the upcoming year. So what's the budget process and information? So the Code of Virginia 22.1-92 says that the division superintendent will prepare a budget, and then the school board will add their input into the budget, and then we will send it to our board of supervisors for a needs-based budget by April the 1st of each year. And that's 15.2-2503. The first day of April each year. Over the last couple of years, we have prepared a budget that is needs-based, but also we do categorical funding, but we our county has funded us lump sum, but we always present it categorically as well in case that would be a need of the county government. So then what is the budget timeline for this year? October 2nd is we distributed our budget packets to our schools and our departments, and those were due today to our finance office. So over the next month and a half, we will be meeting with our school principals and department managers to identify our budget priorities. This is the pre-budget information kickoff to the school board. And then around December, so that's mid to end of December, Governor Youngkin will introduce his amendments for fiscal year 2026. January 8th, the General Assembly convenes for the 25 session. And then on January 9th, we will do a pre-budget public input for our public for fiscal year 26. And then we will have a work session, a pre-budget work session. On February the 13th, I will propose the fiscal, you'll have the superintendent's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. And then February 22nd, the General Assembly concludes. This is the second year of a biennium, so they're just amending their recommendations for budget. They're not starting from scratch like the first year of a biennium. February 24th, there's a work session and a public hearing on the fiscal year 2026 budget. The Board of Supervisors and the school board will get together sometime at the end of February, the beginning of March, to discuss our budget, and then the school board will approve a budget on March the 13th. So we'll have it to the Board of Supervisors before the April 1st deadline, and then there will be work sessions to be determined on establishing the tax rate and budget advertisement, the proposed budget and tax rate, public hearing, and then the adoption of the budget and tax rate. And then on April the 28th, our school board gets the opportunity to revisit the budget and do the actual fiscal year 2026 budget adoption. The budget approval on March the 13th goes to the Board of Supervisors, but then when we get the money, when they decide how much money they're going to allocate to the school division, the school board gets an opportunity to revisit the budget at that time. And then the first day of our budget is July the 1st. So for this fiscal year 2025, our sources of revenue, federal is $1.3 million, state $48.6 million, local for operations was $35 million, technology was a little less than $500,000, and capital improvement was $3.323 million. And then other, so this is rebates or grants or whatever, was $343,000. So you'll notice the county operation was about 40%. The state was a little less than 55%. Federal was 1.5%. And then county capital improvement budget was 3.7%. Our main three sources of revenue, as you can see, are federal, state, and local. Federal funds. Over the last number of years, our federal funds have remained pretty much stagnant, except for 21-22, and that was due to CARES funds. So we had a little bit of an increase there because of COVID CARES funds, but otherwise it's pretty much, the trend line would be almost straight. A few slides ago I talked about the local composite index, but our state funding is divided into 4 revenue accounts. We have our standards of quality, based on local composite index, and our local composite index is based on 3 factors: true value of real property, which is weighted at 50%, adjusted gross income, which is weighted at 40%, and then taxable retail sales, which is weighted at 10%. And you will notice that the true value of property increased fairly significantly over the last, this is 2020 to 2022. The next time that this is revisited will be next year, and it will be based on 2022 to 2024. Those 3 factors. Yes?
Did it ever go down?
So it does.
Okay.
So there were 66 divisions that it went up, 66 divisions that it went down, and then the number that's remaining stayed the same. So ours went up 0.0396, which is almost 4%. Rockingham counties actually went up like 7%. So, so they struggled a little more than we did with state funding last year. And some went down. So, and so they received more state money than they had anticipated in previous years. So, and you'll notice the adjusted gross income went up slightly, and then the taxable retail sales went up slightly as well. So all three of those increased, which created the almost 4% increase in our local composite index. And then we have incentive program accounts, categorical program accounts, and then lottery funded programs. That makes up our state funding, which is about, what did I say, 56% of our revenue. And you'll notice our state revenue has increased over the last 10 years.
Is anybody kind of forecasting what the local composite index is going to be next time around?
So it's no, and we won't know until it's released, and it typically is released about this time of year next year.
So there's no real hints or
No.
Kentucky windage on? Okay.
No, and we won't know until it is released, because we won't know the true property value for other divisions, or the adjusted gross income for other divisions, so. And then our local operational funds has increased. And this total does not include capital improvement or our technology funds that the county gives to us. So there's been increases.
You were being kind last slide or two when you said that the top three were federal, local, and county, because federal was 1. And the others are 35 and 40, so it was barely significant.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The federal is a little over $1 million, and that's what it's been over the last number of years, except for when we had COVID funds. So then, where do we spend our money? We spend our money on instruction. So that's about 76% of our budget is instruction. Pupil transportation is about 3%. Operations and maintenance is about 8%, a little over 8%. Technology 2.7%, and then health and attendance is 6%. So then, if we wanted to look at it a different way, expenditure by function, you will notice that 89.35% of our budget is salaries and benefits. So almost 90% of our budget are salaries and benefits, which leaves 10% for everything else. So what's the everything else? It's paper, it's materials and supplies, it's professional services, capital outlay, paper, copiers, anything that's not benefits. So 90% of our expenditures are salary and benefits. So this is an opportunity. We have about 15 minutes. Let me look at my next couple. Yeah, we have about 15 minutes to talk about what our budget focus and priorities are for the upcoming year. I can tell you that my budget focus and priorities is to continue to look at our salaries and look at some of those salaries that we may not have looked at recently. And then also health insurance, to make sure that we are continuing to reduce our health insurance for our employees. And then over the next month, I will be meeting with principals and call center managers to find out what their priorities are. So do you guys have any priorities that you want us to consider as we work through our budget over the next?
Well, I would like to see if we're going to be returning the student support specialists, especially given the fact that we have, vacancies in the psychologists and counselors and all that. So I would like to see if we can add to that.
We're a county that moves on wheels, so I'd like to make sure that the garage, the propane possibilities, the efficiencies there are addressed.
I think mine fall under CIP, or do you want to know those as well?
So you can share, or you can wait and see what Dr. Heingartner has in his CIP list, so.
I'll wait and see.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I think I'm right on time. So anything else before we?
Well, so the discussion of what, remember what about Bob? What about triplet tech would be a subsection of the CIP, so that'll be contained in this. Okay.
Yes, that will be included in our phased approach because we don't want to forget about that. We don't want to forget about triplet tech. We don't want to forget about any of our renovations, which includes the transportation garage and the maintenance facility and Sandy Hook Elementary School. So all of our schools will be included in a phased approach. I know that I've seen an approach like that before, and sometimes the phases are 25 or 30 years long. But as money's available, maybe it's stretched to 40 years, or maybe it's a 20-year phased approach that stretches to 30 years because of money being available. So, but that's actually what we're working on now.
I believe if we're going to phase it, we definitely need to take care of the pipe insulation there at Sandy Hook before anything else. So I know that's a main concern that was brought up at our last meeting.
And then this again is just a recap of the timeline. But here are the meetings. Really, these are mostly the meetings with the school board, and then with a couple of board of supervisors meetings in there as well.
So just a pragmatic discussion about your timeline, which is really great that template's already out there. I think we on the board would like to make sure that calendar is a living document, so anytime we go to it, if there's been a change, it'll be reflected, because we try to plan around them and then all of a sudden the dates are changed. So the more we can stay on that and keep it up to date, better off we are.
Absolutely. We will definitely post it to our website, but it'll be available every budget meeting. It'll be next to the last slide. So, and the last slide's always questions, which I skipped right over. So are there any questions?
I'm sorry we didn't have our 3 applicants here for this briefing.
Yeah.
It would have been really
Yes.
pretty good stuff. So that's the conclusion of your presentation. There are no other further questions. So I haven't heard from Tom, who said he'd be here 7:15, 7:20, so imminently, I'm hoping. But I do want to prep us for the announcement of the candidates. And then the superintendent asked me if I thought we should have school board member comments, and I said yes. I don't think we should be precluded from making whatever comments that school board member members have. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to defer the announcement of the candidates for the vacancy until school board member comments are completed, if that's okay with everybody, and we can launch there, and hopefully Mr. Street will be here before we've completed that. So moving into school board member comments, is there anybody who would like to go first?
Well, I'll go first. I do have some comments that I wanted to make based on some things that have been concerning lately. When I first decided to run for school board, I was a little concerned about the fact that I'm not from this area, and nor do I pretend to be. And I knew that the from here versus come here status debate is real, particularly since I was running against someone who was from here and had a valley name. So I went out to knock on around 500 doors and to meet as many people as I could at events. And in the end, I won my election by actually the second highest margin in the contested election during the past 4 years after Mr. Street. There are many reasons for that win, but ironically, I believe that a big reason was that I am not from here. I have no connections, no ties, no preconceived notions, and so I am able to see the issues that we are confronting with clear eyes and no bias. Turns out most of the people in the area are sick and tired of the cronyism and the corruption, and actually want leaders who are willing to stand up for what is right and do the right thing. During that campaign, and even through today, one of the main complaints that I hear is not just about cronyism, but about the retaliation that many are either afraid of or actually subjected to. And this is the reason why Mr. Rickard and I created the Personnel Committee, and why we encourage both staff and students to come to us with particular concerns that they have, so that we can, in turn, try to help them and get answers. This is by far the effort that takes the most of our time outside the meetings, and Mr. Rickard and I take this very seriously. So, for example, when we had a matter to discuss last week, which involved the termination of a staff member, we made sure that we didn't just listen to the side of the administration or be subjected to review over 60 pages of information in about 10 minutes. We did our homework and sought both sides of the issues, even speaking to other people who were willing to speak up on either side. Apparently, some people don't like that. For listening to both sides, not just one, we were accused of bias. And ironically, we were accused of bias by a member who is directly and personally tied to another matter that we will be discussing today and who should probably recuse himself. But then this morning, the chairman sent an email saying, and I quote, "I caution against individual school board members inserting themselves into the process as advocates or investigators," which is what the Personnel Committee does, "enabling us to maintain our ability to objectively deal with the superintendent's recommendation and provide unbiased oversight." In other words, he would rather us not seek out the facts and the truth, but instead rely on the superintendent's recommendation by looking at selected evidence in a 10-minute period prior to making a decision. This isn't just asinine, but a direct dereliction of the duty for which we were elected. I can assure everyone that I will continue conducting all the research that I need to make in order to make a well-informed and wise decision. Which brings me to the issue at hand. So I have said before, Mr. Ricker and I will be working on a retaliation policy for our employees and our students. But today I want to make a comment on a situation that we have been seeing unfolding in the past few weeks relating to the cheer team at Central High School. I won't go into all the gory details except to say that there was a regretful situation that should have never happened and of which the cheerleaders are now the victims. These girls, some of whom are now seniors and who have cheered for years, have been robbed of the experience of one full final season of cheer due to administrators who completely fumbled their duties. To these girls, we owe an apology. I actually heard from one of them. We all did last night, and I can tell you that I can quote here about some of the retaliation that they have felt ever since they spoke up at one of our school board meetings. And this is what I need to talk about next. More importantly, there is ample evidence to suggest that a large part of the problem is that some of the adults in charge retaliated against 4 of the cheerleaders who stood before us at the public comment section during our last meeting. If you listen to those comments, you would know that these cheerleaders' words were all positive, with no accusations, speaking in favor of a coach who was subsequently terminated by SCPS. This is reprehensible and should never be tolerated. It has become fairly evident over the past few months that I may not always prevail when a matter comes to a vote before the board, but I will always do my homework. I will do my research, and I have an open mind when it comes to matters before the board, especially those that have to do with the well-being of our students and our staff. I will listen to both sides. And I wanted to just quote some of what the cheerleader said in the email that she sent to all of us last night, where she said, "There have been since several acts of retaliation, such as the snarky comments that were made in front of us about what we brought up to Coach Yo, and now we have been treated, and we have been treated. They have been rude to us since the situation happened and have nitpicked at things we have done and got on to us for doing them even when other cheerleaders were doing the same thing and nothing was said to them. We should never, ever retaliate against anyone, especially when they're speaking out at our student board, our school board public comments." So that's what I needed to say.
Next.
You want to go, or?
What exactly?
It's
We're
public
just on
comment.
school board member
Board
comments,
member
and we're
comments.
wrapping up before we go to closed session. So, do you have anything for school board member comments?
No, sir.
I can go if you want me to go. Gloria, thank you for that lead. I actually wasn't thinking I was going to speak on that, but you brought up a good point about the advocates are investigating these situations. And the word that came to mind when you were talking about that was being a rubber stamp board, and that's one thing I will not be. As Gloria said, when I was out here getting my petition signed to get on the ballot to run for school board, I got some of the same stories that Gloria got, and I know I didn't run for this position just to rubber stamp whatever the school board office wants. Another thing I was looking at in that email, I had requested some documentation. We just saw this past Monday, and it said in there, any additional documents presented by the superintendent's office should be identified specifically. I identified it specifically in my email. It was a packet of information we were handed this past Monday evening. I was just asking for that back. It is relative to tonight's closed session. That's all I have on that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the cell phone policy. I was at Strasburg High School with Dr. Shepard the other day, and a very valid argument was brought up to me by one of our staff members. It's a teacher. I'm not sure if this teacher emailed all of us. I did receive an email reiterating our conversation. One thing we didn't think about is this teacher takes students out of the state on various occasions, meaning they're going through airports, they're in hotels where students are in individual rooms. The staff member brought up a very good point. They rely a lot on cell phones. She brought up a situation where they were just at George Mason University recently, and some of the things that you navigated on campus had QR codes and such, and the kids were kind of expected to use their cell phones. And she was like, you know, if it were after October 28th, I'd have to break the rules to allow my students to use their cell phones. She brought up a recent trip I believe she was in Orlando, and she needed to be able to text the kids, make sure they were all in their rooms at night, make sure they were awake and ready to go in the mornings. So I think we need to go back and revisit that. Received another email today from a constituent asking about lunchtime and asking us to reconsider that. I asked for it when we originally voted for it. I'm really indifferent. My son's a junior in high school. He really doesn't care. But my son that graduated last year, I could see him enjoying listening to music or just being to himself at lunch. So on that constituent's behalf, I asked that we revisit the lunchtime thing, but definitely the part where we've got kids going out of state, FFA, stuff like that, we really need to put something in there, because this staff member, she doesn't want to break the rules, but unfortunately, if they're having to navigate airports and they split up in different cities and stuff, they're going to have to. That's the way people communicate nowadays. And she's a rule follower, so she doesn't want to break the rules. But so I think we need to revisit that at some point. That's all I've got.
I'll just jump in real quick and get on the tail end of what Mike's saying. You know, of course, we talked about it, but I hope that in the future we can reconsider that, because just after we, real quick after that meeting, we had groups going to the state fair competing, and by that policy from bell to bell, they can't use it. So, if they arrive at the state fair, they can't tell mom and dad, hey, we're here safe. They can't even, I guess by the rule, they can't even, if they win a competition, they can't even get their cell phones out to take a picture. Here recently, they went on a national convention, and technically from bell to bell, they can't communicate with their mom or their dad. So I just hope that we can revisit that in the future. That's all.
Okay. I think several issues have been raised with regard to the cell phone policy that we can revisit. We certainly have the ability to do that, so that's fine with me. I would like to comment on what Mrs. Garlinio said. I'm not an outsider. I don't think I've been accused of much cronyism here. I'm pretty much do my own thing down in Newmarket. But I am very concerned that school board members take too much authority upon themselves. And the one thing that is clear in code, this is the law, is that the school board constitutes a body corporate and acts corporately. I quote, "The duly appointed or elected member shall constitute the school board. Every such school board is declared a body corporate, and in its corporate capacity is vested with all the powers and charged with all the duties, obligations, and responsibilities imposed upon the schools by law, and may be sued, contracted in accordance with the provisions of this title, do some other things, purchase, hold, lease, and convey school property." I continue. "School board members appointed or elected by the district otherwise shall have no organization or duties except as may be assigned to them by the school board as a whole." And so taking upon ourselves the job as investigators, as advocates, and having people assume that because one of us says that we will redress these issues, and taking signs and clearly indicating to various segments, including students, when something has been fumbled or handled badly or mismanaged, that school board member is taking upon themselves the ability of the corporate board to make a decision. Only the corporate board of this school board can make decisions. And I'd like to read a little bit of the case Chadwell versus Lee County in this state. 2008, it has been kind of a landmark because it deals with a Virginia case that indicates what happens when the school board deviates from established legal permissive policies and instead directly engages in the management, this is a quote, but from the judge, and instead directly engaging in the management of personnel decisions. The school board members were held liable individually, and that the court's warning to all school boards, these cases should be a lesson to local school board members, if one is needed, of the danger of their micromanagement of personnel issues. In this case, it was somebody who wanted to get rid of other people because of their political affiliations. So it goes on and says, even aside from the claims of political motivation, it is far better for school board members, most of whom are part-time volunteers, usually ill-paid for their time spent, to concentrate on selecting a well-qualified professional superintendent in whom they have faith, and leave to that person the selection and assignment of subordinate school personnel. The evidence here, where the board spent much of its time selecting slots for individual teachers and supervisors, shows exactly the wrong way to go. Instead, a school board should utilize its time in deciding the appropriate education policy for the community and making sure that the superintendent implements that policy. When school board members do not follow these principles, not only will education in their community likely suffer, but they will expose themselves to the liability described in this opinion. And there was a liability to the school board members who did this. What I would propose is I would like to get our school board attorney to come and address this issue with us in closed session and decide what the real parameters of this are. So I'll end my conversation on that note. And we'll now move to the next order of business, which is to announce the candidates for the vacant District 5 school board member seat. So, according to Virginia Code 24.2-228, at least 7 days prior to making an interim appointment, the board shall hold a public hearing at which the board shall announce the names of all persons being proposed for the interim appointment and shall make available for inspection the materials required by the board. To be considered for the vacant District 5 school board member seat, each candidate submitted a letter of interest and 25 signatures from qualified District 5 voters in Shenandoah County. The clerk of the school board has these application materials. They're available for inspection this evening. So anyone who's interested can see. Cheryl, are you the one they should see? So you've got the information on and after the work session, they may be reviewed. The three candidates for the vacant District 5 school board member seat are Larry E. Vance, Sue Ellen Rutherford, and Patrick Ryan Brown. So those are the three names I'd like to announce. And it will be, we'll consider that, that item in closed session. But I would like to ask the superintendent if she has a recommendation for meeting in closed session.
I do. I recommend that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, promotion, or salaries of employment of any public body for the purpose of considering applications for the position of District 5 school board member pursuant to the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, and to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14.
Do I have a motion to that effect?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, or salaries of employees of any public body for the purpose of considering applications for the position of District 5 School Board member pursuant to the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, and to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14.
Thank you, Mr. Gottschall, for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Carlinio. Any discussion? If not, those in favor of meeting in closed session to discuss those issues, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Reconvene in closed session. will now reconvene in open session. And I'd like to have a motion to reconvene in open session.
Move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Rickard. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? I'm going to read the following statement. Closed meeting certification. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies. And only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds, "I so certify" when called.
I so certify.
Mr. Gutschall,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio,
I so certify.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Mr. Barlow.
I so certify. Action item 6.1, personnel. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel list as it has been presented?
I move to approve the personnel list as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Who's second? Barlow.
I'd like to make a motion to amend it.
Okay, proceed.
I'd like to make a motion that we move number 8 to terminated.
Number 8 to what?
Terminated.
I have a motion to amend. Or is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Carlinio. So there will be no discussion. All of those in favor of the motion, I'm sorry?
Roll call.
There'll be a roll call vote. Yeah, there'll be a roll call vote. But all those in favor to vote for the amendment to change number 8 to terminated, the vote in favor of that amendment will be an aye vote. So Cheryl, if you're ready to do roll call vote.
All right, I'm going to read the amendment again.
Yes, please.
I make a motion to amend the personnel list to change item number 8 to terminated. Motion by Mr. Rickard, second by Ms. Carlinio.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Rickard,
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall,
No.
Ms. Carlinio,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow.
No. The amendment carries 3-2. And that concludes our business. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh, wait a
Motion.
minute, you haven't voted on.
On the actual.
Yeah, you got, that was the
Agenda.
amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I thought the amendment actually covered it, but, okay, so let's finish it up then. So, yeah, so do I have a motion to approve the amended motion?
No.
No, I move to approve the personnel list as presented.
The
With the
personnel list
amendment.
has been
As
amended.
As amended.
It's already been on the text of we go back to the original. that
Right.
Mr. Gutschall had, and that was a motion to approve the personnel list as presented and now as amended.
And now it's amended.
Yes, so we have a motion and a second, and now we need to take the vote.
Correct.
What,
Mr. Rickard,
hold on, Cheryl. What's going on?
So we have the motion.
No, Dr. Shepherd's trying to.
Number 8 has a continuing contract, and that person would be afforded a grievance process.
Okay.
So your action, if you're not supporting Dr. Shepherd's recommendation, it just has to be removed from the list. You're not approving number, whatever, is it number 8? Whatever the number is for that recommendation, you just have to pull it off the list because we have to follow the grievance process.
Okay,
And give him proper notifications. It takes a while for those notifications to occur, but he gets a formal notification that includes a timeline, and he can be afforded an attorney in that grievance process if he chooses.
so, can you, Linda, help us, with the proper motion here?
I think you're approving the personnel list with the exception of,
So maybe that's all we need to say, with the exception of number 8, say which is withdrawn. That's a word you used before. Or should we just say with the exception of 8? Because, does that capture it for us?
Yes.
With the understanding that that opens the door.
would have to recommend a termination for it to start that process.
Who would have to,
The recommendation for a
Okay.
termination in order for that to start the grievance process.
We just need to wait on a formality from Dr. Shepherd then.
I don't know if it's a formality. Okay, I need a motion.
A motion for what? Last week, we did this exact same thing Monday, and it went through just fine. Why?
No,
why
we're dealing with a
nothing
different
changed?
Completely
situation.
different. It's a different
Last Monday, the recommendation was to terminate that person. That was Dr. Shepherd's recommendation. So now you're acting on the recommendation that's on the list. And if you're not in support of that recommendation, then you are removing that item from the personnel list.
Okay, that makes sense. So, can you make we need a motion to accept the personnel list with the exception of withdrawing number 8.
And then do we make a motion for number 8 like we did?
To the first original motion. It would be an amendment because you already have the first original motion on the floor.
Right.
So you're making an amendment to that first original motion that Mr. Gutschall made.
Okay, so we already had one amendment. We can have 2.
So are you making that amendment or who's making it?
I'll do that. Okay, so I would like to move that we amend the personnel list, that we approve the personnel list as has been presented, with the exception of the withdrawal of number 8. Is there a second?
All right, so I move to amend the personnel list to remove item number 8.
I wish to approve the personnel list with the exception that number 8 be removed.
All right, well, he already has the motion, the original motion. I move to approve the personnel list as presented. Now you're in the amendment process.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm moving to amend that that list be approved with the exception of number 8, which will be withdrawn.
So I move to amend the personnel list to remove item number 8.
Okay,
We're gonna-
yes.
We're going to vote on the amendment and then go back and vote on the original as amended.
I don't know why we need to do that.
I want to make sure I'm clear on the next step anyway.
The first motion on the floor was Kyle's motion to approve the personnel list as presented.
Yes,
Then we had the amendment from Mr. Rickard, okay, which passed. And now you're making another amendment to actually remove that item number 8 from the list.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
So that indeed would be the second amendment to the original motion.
So then where do we proceed from there?
Well, first of all, we need a second and we need to vote on that. So,
I don't know what I'm voting on there.
All right, so you made the motion, did you have a second yet?
no, that's what we're waiting for. Read the amendment motion one more time, Cheryl.
Okay. I move to amend the personnel list to remove item number 8.
I'd rather change it to, I move to approve the personnel list. I'm just worried about the way it's worded again. I want to make sure it's accurate.
All
So,
right, you tell me how you want to.
yeah, so I move that the personnel list be approved.
I move to approve the personnel list
As presented, with the exception of with the exception of withdrawing number 8.
So I have a point of order, because I guess we're a little bit confused about what's happening right now. So is that school policy? Is that, what is it that we as a board cannot make that determination and we need to wait for the superintendent?
Do you want to answer? We double-checked the process with legal counsel. Number 8 is under contract and has grievance rights. So number 1, the board acts on the recommendation of the superintendent. The board does not make recommendations. They only act on recommendations of the superintendent. So the recommendation that is before you, you've chosen not to approve number 8. So you have to wait for another recommendation to come from the superintendent. And if she decides to proceed with that recommendation, before she brings that to you, we have to follow board policy, which is also Virginia code, to offer grievance process to that individual prior to it coming before you. And there's timelines defined in that code, certain number of days. It allows that individual to seek legal counsel if they so choose within those timelines.
So that grievance process does not begin with being on administrative leave?
It does not. The
Okay.
grievance process begins from the time he's notified that the superintendent is making a recommendation to terminate.
Okay.
So you're telling me the school board cannot terminate an employee?
The school board does not make a recommendation. They only act on recommendations of the superintendent.
So the school board cannot overturn or go past what the superintendent recommends?
The school board does not make recommendations. They only vote on the recommendations
No.
of the superintendent.
So the answer to your question is, we can impact it, and in this case, we can impact it by taking the recommendation that came from the superintendent and saying, we accept everything except number 8, but we're not dealing with it. It's off the table. We don't want to take the superintendent's recommendation. And then it's up to the parties to decide how it will go forward.
Kyle, didn't you say back there that you all had
You can't talk
over?
about personnel out here.
I'm not talking about personnel.
That's what it talks.
No,
what's
I'm not
talked
talking about
back there. You
personnel.
cannot come out here and talk.
I'm not talking about personnel.
Well, what I'd say back there is back there. So I don't want anything being brought out here to the public.
Oh, okay.
You understand? I mean,
No, I don't understand. I mean, I was told you all had overrode her before.
So what's different from this week than last week, Ms. Hodges?
Last
I think
week,
that's some
the
confusing.
superintendent made a recommendation to terminate the individual that you met about.
Right.
And so you voted on that recommendation.
And approved it.
and approved it.
Right, however, that employee did not have right to grievance process.
Correct.
Well, the grievance process starts once the person is terminated, correct?
No, it starts when they're notified, but the individual that you're talking about last week had a different kind of contract.
So, by approving the amendment, the number 8 is taken off the personnel list, and the gears start running again in the superintendent's office and in the mine. So, there's no further action for us to take, other than it goes back for further adjudication from your office and me. So my motion, or amended, my motion for an amendment is still on the floor. It hasn't been seconded. Is there a second to that motion?
The motion is to remove number 8 or leave number 8 on?
Remove number 8 without action, without taking action on the superintendent's recommendation.
But what from our hearing, that's the policy, from what we're hearing, right?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Street. All those in favor of removing number 8, but approving the rest of the personnel list as was presented, are ready for a roll call vote, I think.
Mr. Rickard,
No.
Mr. Gutschall,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
I'm going to abstain because I'm still not sure on what the reality of this is.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to abstain on this vote.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow.
Yes.
I would suggest we all reach out to School Board Member Alliance tomorrow,
What was that?
telling everybody here, reach out to who represent.
Or would he be able to maybe speak to the attorneys so we can actually get a better idea of what's going on?
However, I think with that second amendment, we don't have to go back and vote on anything else, do we?
Yeah, that one's still open though, because we
Yeah.
haven't closed it. That was the original
You
motion.
didn't have to.
You all were making amendments to the
Mhm.
original motion.
Right,
So
but
yes,
that-
you do have to vote on
No, we had to vote on the personnel list.
All right, so it is the original, we're voting on the original list that includes numbers 1 through 8.
And yeah, and of course, as
As
amended
amended.
now. Yes.
As amended. I move to approve the personnel list that was presented as amended.
Second.
Yeah, well, it had already made a motion and second, so now you'll need to take the vote on it. Okay. Mr. Rickard,
I'm abstaining.
you're abstaining.
Abstain.
Mr. Gutschall,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Abstain.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
and Mr. Barlow.
Yes. I have a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. Mr. Gutschall, second.
Second.
Second, lots of seconds. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned at 10:45.